How's everyone doing? Well, I have to tell you, last week was awesome, but also really tiring. I was like, man, I worked this week, the whole week. Like, that was maybe less work. A little bit of a echo there. Sorry about that. I took care of it. I got some plans to work on the. Basically, I think what I need to do. I need to get all of the runs of the AI games automatically going to a database powering a website so that all of the results are just viewable. I think that's another thing I need to do between now and December. Boy X, how are you doing? How are you doing? You just finished cleaning the house? Nice. I always love it. I mean, like, I always dread starting to clean the house, but I always like when it's done. You know, like when it's done, you're like, ah. And then I'm like really good for 2 months about keeping that area clean. And then like for a month, I'm not. Like something gets busy in my life and that goes, and then I have to do it again. So it's like a once a quarter thing where I'm like, I gotta clean now. How was everyone's week? How was everyone's week? I hope everyone had a fantastic week. We have a couple fun things to go over with the news. We just did the AI games and a bunch of new models just released. Again, this is why one of the things that I want to do is make sure that we just have a database so that I could rerun some of these things, like the tool calling. Should be really easy to update the tool calling test to support Grok APIs and Meta APIs. And we can run it on ChatGPT and just run them and get those tests uploaded. No need to wait till December. I mean, we'll have to wait till December right now because, well, I mean, in the coming weeks, we'll update it to have those APIs so we can see, but it should be on the website. Should definitely be on a website. Well, I won't wait too much longer. We have some news things to discuss. There's a bunch of security stuff that happened I want to talk about. I say a bunch, really just two things. Yeah, really just two things. That we really should go over so you guys can stay safe. Now, I know that a lot of you, probably all of you, understand hopefully English. That was not the word I was going for, though. A lot of you understand injection of unwanted code, the little Bobby tables. If you guys have, I should have looked up little Bobby tables before let's little Bobby tables. So you guys don't know, this is the little Bobby tables. It's talking about sanitizing your database inputs. As we move on in the future of computers, you need to learn to sanitize all inputs, not just database inputs. It turns out that we have more systems than just databases that can be had by bad inputs. And so, and unfortunately, part of AI makes it very difficult to sanitize inputs because AI in its nature doesn't have a structured input. It takes whatever you'd like to give it, which is part of the cool part, is you can give it whatever you like. But that being said, there is some risk to that. Now, thankfully for you, thankfully for me, GitHub released CodeQL 2.26.0 with AI prompt injection detection. Now, it doesn't say that it stops it, but at least it detects it. And you're probably thinking, wow, this is awesome. I actually was thinking while reading this, you know how we've talked about structured output? I've actually thought we could do something similar to the structured output, but for input for AIs to try to detect and stop those things. So that's actually something we might also work on when we're doing the structured output while we're doing all of that. See if we can't like limit tokens that go into the AI. Not sure. Maybe you can at least limit the ones that come out based off of that. But again, we're going to see on that. That's a whole nother topic. Microsoft has already solved the problem with its AI prompt injection detection. Now, this is a very hilarious, July 10th, 2026. So this was released yesterday. And, if you're using CodeQL, I think you should probably use this. I think AI prompt injection is a real threat, especially if you have an AI that is public facing. Now, who would know this better than GitHub? Probably GitHub. Probably GitHub. You'll notice July 10th. July 10th. That's this wasn't rushed out, now was it? Absolutely not. It wasn't any bit of vibe coded. Norma Labs discovered a critical prompt injection vulnerability within GitHub's new agentic workflows, allowing an unauthorized attacker to silently pull data from private repositories by posting a crafted GitHub issue in a public repository belonging to the same organization as the private repositories. Norma Lab names the vulnerability Get Lost. Honestly, Norma Labs, my one thing, you could have come up with a better name. I have like 5 just off the top of my head that are probably worse, but Get Lost, it's okay. It's okay. It's mid for this. It's fine. Anyways, so this is, I'm going to release this to you all. So I think you should be up on this. If you guys are doing anything with agents that are public, you should understand how this happened, because honestly, like, you can feel like you have the safeguards in place and not fully be in place. So this is the vulnerability workflow that was used here. Fairly easy. So creates an issue on a public repo. The issue is assigned. GitHub agent reads the issue. GitHub agent replies to the issue. Because the issue was assigned internally, there was no credentials required, and they thought that they were replying to basically a validated user. And yeah, you guys can go and look more at that. I highly recommend you go over this, not just from GitHub, not if you're trying to use GitHub's workflow. I think that you can learn more from that if you're exposing an agent to the public to leverage. I think there's a lot of things here that you could use. You thought CodeQL was not available for commercial usage? Why am I not getting taken to the code? I think it's open source, right? Yeah. It's MIT. Okay, I don't know why there's not a good link to it, but I just found it funny that CodeQL adds AI prompt injection detection right after this. And I realize GitHub workflows, AI workflows are a different product, but same company, right? I'm hoping that maybe they use CodeQL on their product. I'm hoping that that's what they would do. So, anyways, still really good research. I think you guys should read it. Yeah, the next little bit of information. There's 4 of these that got. It doesn't seem like they dog food code. Do you know what's? Okay, I wasn't prepared for this, but do you know what? Something blew my mind. I always hear of these companies like Meta and others that have talked about flattening their org. And I've always kind of been like, you're going to cause burnout in middle management and things like that. Xbox new CEO, Asha, changes. Let's pull it up. There's a good Twitter post. I don't see it. Oh wait, maybe it's here. Hopefully, okay. Oh, this is it. Okay, so something that absolutely blew my mind here, because I've always wanted to talk to these CEOs and stuff about this flattening and stuff, because again, usually you have that structure to make you go faster in a direction, and I've talked to you all about this and my thoughts on it. And I've always worked in a place that has like the CTO, a VP, a director, engineering manager, and engineers. So what is that? CTO, if you count the CTO. I really don't count the C-suite. So let's say VP, director, engineering manager, engineer. So you basically have 4 levels in this case, okay? 4 levels. That's what I've always worked in and around. And I realize that you can get like some senior directors or like senior VPs, but I've never really had a whole lot of like, I've had a senior VP that I reported to. Anyways. So in this, let's find the interesting part. We know that today in some parts of the company, work passes through as many as 14 layers of management. 14. Layers of management. That the layers of management is larger than many of my teams that I've led. Think about that. A 14 engineer team is a huge team, right? Absolutely massive. Like, I would recommend Asha does a little flattening, right? Oh my goodness. I don't know how it got this way. And there's likely like, when you look at this and you're like, this is just asinine and stupid, there's probably a really good reason it grew up this way. Like it probably organically grew this way and there's some reason behind it. And, this is why sometimes you have to step back and look at something and say, wow, does this really make sense what we've grown here? This blew my mind. I like, do what you want with the rest of this. There's other things to be upset with, But this Russell, you were talking about dog fooding, and I could see how it would be really hard to dog food with 14 layers, right? Like if you're saying like Git doesn't dog food, their own stuff and use code QL and stuff like that, right? Like if that's the case, like if it's run like this, I totally get how that would be difficult, right? Like how do you organize that many layers? Asha, I'm watching. I want to see how this goes. I wish you well. I wish you well because this sounds like a nightmare. Russell, I agree. I actually, this is one of the biggest things that I think has been directors and VPs specifically. And I will actually, this is probably why I'll never get hired as a director anywhere, because I rage against this and am very open about it and am very open in any interview I ever take. The number of people you manage should not be the statistic for how well you are doing, right? It encourages the wrong behavior. So when you say my performance is based off of the number of people I manage, you are inherently rewarding me for the wrong thing, right? Because what a director should be doing is they should be aligning their organization with the rest of the organization. So that's something you should be, judged on. They are raising the next generation of leaders. So there's how well did you grow your engineers? Something that an engineering manager would also be judged on is how well did you get them to promotions and through promotions, and are you constantly up leveling your team and doing things to improve efficiencies and things like that. Those are all things I should be judged on. The number of people absolutely should not be. It doesn't matter, right? And this is what encourages the empire building because of this exactly. And I get knowing how to manage 100 people versus 50 people is vastly different. And so if you need somebody that has managed 100 people before versus 50, like at the director level, I get having that in an interview just because you want to make sure that they're ready to manage that number of people. It's double the number of people. There's, you have more work streams going and it's more to wrap your head around. And so that's fine. But your performance isn't necessarily tied to the number of people. It really, I think, causes empire building. Yeah. Trust or control issues. Why does work need to? Yeah, that. Well, 14 layers is just ridiculous. I can't wrap my head around I tried to get to 14, right? I'm like, okay, engineer goes to engineering manager, goes to senior engineering manager, goes to director, goes to senior director, goes to VP, goes to senior VP, goes to CTO. Like, I tried my best and, I got to 8. I got to 8 layers. I don't know. They had to invent layers of management to to get to 14. Like, I have no idea. Like, maybe they have junior directors and junior VPs. So like that adds 2 more. So I've gotten to 9 or 10 at this point. Oh gosh. Oh. And that would assume that like the junior VP reported to a VP reported to a senior VP, right? Like I don't even understand the words that I'm saying right now. So, yeah. Yeah, that's actually another interesting thing. Maybe they have a little CTO and a big CTO. It's possible. It's possible. I have seen like field CTOs that's not like usually a little CTO and a big CTO. That's usually more like a sales CTO, like somebody that's more external and somebody that's more internal. You could also have like the COO, like a operations person. Um, but again, that really doesn't add a layer of management. 14 blows my mind. Absolutely blows my mind. The trust is another really interesting Russell. The trust is a really good one to bring up, right? Um I've always worked with high amounts of trust with my boss. What I've generally found is at the director level, your boss stops telling you what you should be doing and asks you to make sure the teams are aligned and things like that, right? They have like these expectations and you report on those types of things. And um I've always worked in a high amount of trust like that. And I don't maybe people just trust me more, but it seems like maybe you would be right that maybe if they don't trust those layers of management, they put in another layer of management. It could be purely a trust thing. If you don't trust the person below you, you get another person that you do trust. It doesn't make sense to me because you really just want to raise up the people that are below you currently as somebody or something that you can trust. You'd want that team to be one that you can trust. So this still doesn't make sense, but it could be a stigma of trust. That's a good call. That's a good call. Oh, Nighthound, you betrayed your location. Oh, I see. I see. You're saying why would it even need to go through the 14 layers of management? Oh, that's actually another really good point. Even if you had 14 layers of management between you and the CTO, even if you did, why did it need to go through 14 layer? That's actually an excellent point. Unless it's a brand new product or stop supporting a product. Right. That's a good point. It's so weird. This is where like we are talking about one sentence of this whole thing, and like the fact of the matter is this opens up so many questions, like so many things I don't have a good direct answer for because it's like they don't make a ton of sense. Big CTO approval. That should be a shirt. Big CTO approval. Oh, okay, okay, yeah. I don't know. Like I said, there's so many questions that come up from this. Anyways, I also, when you're talking about dog fooding of their own product, I think that that could be part of the problem. If you have something as convoluted as that, dog fooding, because dog fooding is something that I push. I know what other teams are doing because I talk to other directors and I encourage my teams to leverage the things that they're putting out. And I know that that's like small company way of doing it. I understand that, but there's other ways that I've seen people trying to ensure people know what's going on in the company and the products that they're using. And so it really should be something that's encouraged is that dog fooding. So yeah, anyways. Russell, you ask about the pizza. Funny enough, one, our pizza is better than our pizza is hands down better. Two, I delighted him in the cheap American pizza. Which we might do the good American pizza tomorrow night. I just said that, and I know that Giovanni's is an Italian pizza place, but it is really a good American. It's an American chain, but it's an Italian pizza. Anyways, we'll probably do Giovanni's tomorrow. That or burgers, whichever one he wants to do. Canadian streamer does not know the taste of real pizza. Fair. I can confirm I'm not an expert. Please do not please do not trust anything I say about pizza. Big burgers have gotten to me. Big. I love how in 2026 you can put big on the front of anything, and it's now almost become a joke in itself. Like, it started with like real things like big pharma and stuff like that, but now it's like, it basically just makes everything a mafia. Big windows. Got that window cartel. One time I took him to In-N-Out Burger. That's a decent it's a Californian burger, which is different than the rest of the United States. In-N-Out is a good burger. I like the In-N-Out burger. It's a Californian burger, which is different than the rest of the United States. But I consider it a good, decent quality burger. Yeah. I only get it when I fly out to California, so it's like twice a year. Not as often as I would like. Actually, I shouldn't be eating burgers. Burgers probably aren't the best thing for you. Actually, our office moved, and the new place isn't near an In-N-Out. I was going to say, I haven't had it for like a year and a half at least. And that's why. That's the only time I'm out west is to go to the office. And we got a new office, which the new office is nice. So I'm not complaining. But it's not near an In-N-Out. Actually, I'm gonna complain because I'm not there that much, so like I don't get to use the nice office. So I'd prefer In-N-Out Burger. It's a California burger, dude. 50% more expensive. I wish it's like 100% more expensive. Literally, In-N-Out is probably double the price. Yeah. Yeah, probably double the price. Okay. Let's I don't know. Probably $20 sounds about right. Yeah. Over here it's like $8. $5 to $8 depending on where you are. And it's probably close to like $16. Yeah. It's pretty expensive. I mean, okay, and it depends. If you're talking In-N-Out in Mountain View, where I work, it's like $16. I'm sure In-N-Out has places that are cheaper too, right? Like, I am purely talking about Mountain View, California. If you guys don't know where Mountain View is, it's in between San Jose and San Francisco. So it's like right in the middle. No, it's Mountain View. You can view the mountains. I'm not even joking. You can view the mountains. There are no mountains in Mountain View. You can see them. I guess near, yeah. It's not really mountains either. It's like Hillview. It should be Hillview, really, because it's more like hills, less like mountains. You have to go much further east to get to mountains. Anyhow, let's go. Let's finish up with the news here, and then we can chat about random stuff. Slight bumpy. There's some slight bumps. Yeah, it's really not that. It's really not a mountain. There's hills, Hillview. We'll call it Hillview from now on. People will know what we're talking about. All right. CISA adds 4 actively exploited Adobe, Joomla, and Langflow flaws to now. Now, that being said, there's really actually 3 main ones that you need to look at. So these have a score of 10.0. Now, what does a score of 10.0 mean? Mostly it means that they only have to sneeze to get into your infrastructure. They can do it remotely. They can do it without any prior access, physical access, and they don't need an account, okay? So you can kind of judge when you're looking at these CVSS scores, you can kind of understand based off of the score. If it's a 9, it means it's missing one of those things. It either needs physical access, it needs an account, it needs one of those things. There's one barrier to entry that's maybe not difficult to get around, but you have to get around that. And then when you're talking about 7, maybe there's 2 things that you have to get around. So when you got a perfect Olympic score, when you get a 10 out of 10 out of 10, that is trouble. So if you are running Adobe Cold Fusion in your Joomla stack, you're in for a bad day. You're in for a bad day. Just don't do that. There's like a lot of reasons not to run Cold Fusion and Joomla in the same stack or at all. But if you're doing that, you're in bad. You gotta go patch. Yeah, today is patch day. Right now, go pull the alarm. Get some engineers. It's a Saturday. Stop watching the stream. Go and patch. These are under active exploitation. So that's what this list is. So the known exploited vulnerabilities. It means that these vulnerabilities from Joomla, Langflow, I guess maybe this one was added in a different directive, the Adobe Cold Fusion, are being actively exploited. That means people have tools that are scanning for the ports that they open. They have automated ways of doing this. It means that you're very, very close to being taken by these things. You're gonna be safer by having too many exploits. You're gonna have the true thing to do here. The true take here is that you want thousands of exploits, millions of them. And what you're going to do is you're going to open a marketplace for hackers. And basically, you're going to have so many exploits. You're going to have a ton of hackers trying to get to your infrastructure. And what you're going to eventually get is you're going to get some hackers over here that want to keep all of this goodness to themselves. And so these hackers are going to actually spend all of their time fighting these hackers off on your behalf right? But the key here is you have to keep millions of exploits open so that these hackers spend all of their times fighting these hackers to keep you safe, right? It's like this perfect this is modern day security. This sounds like the Fortinet 2026 pre-read strategy. I saw another Fortinet. They had another. I didn't report on it. It doesn't. Nobody that watches me actually manages these big appliances, and so like I don't report on it. But it's not good. It's not good. Some might say it's actually bad. Anyways, yep. Fortinet's 2026 strategy briefing. Okay. All the people managing them are working 24/7. No time to watch a Twitch stream. Fortinet's patching strategy is unlike Microsoft. Microsoft has Patching Tuesday, and Fortinet's take on that is every day is a Tuesday. Every day is a Tuesday. Okay, so we have one last thing in the security. Now, I pulled this off to its own because it's kind of a catch up on Project Glasswing. Now, earlier this month, and I didn't get to talk about it because I was doing the AI games, was this right here. Project Glasswing, what Mythos showed us. And this goes through, they got actual access to Project Mythos, and it talks about their experience with Project Mythos at the time. One of the things that they praised the model for was that Project Glasswing did not have the additional safeguards that were present in generally available models like GPT 5.5. Despite this, the model organically pushes back on certain valid requests, much like the cyber capabilities that made it useful for vulnerability hunting. The model has its own emergent guardrails that sometimes causes it to push back on legitimate security research requests. And these organic refusals aren't consistent. The same task framed differently or presented in a different context could produce completely different outcomes as distributed, illustrated, not distributed, in the examples below. I'm going to put this out there so you guys can read it if you like. I'm just covering the highlights. There was actually a lot of really good findings from this. So they talked about the signal to noise, where basically, you know, a really good researcher gives you really good findings, really solid, usually tested and things like that. And they talk about how AIs usually are really, really, really very, very chatty and have a lot of noise to signal. Mythu represented a clear improvement to that, particularly in its ability to chain primitives, combining multiple vulnerabilities into a working proof of concept rather than reporting them in isolation. A finding that arrives with a proof of concept is a finding you can act on. It means far less time spending at asking if this is even real. This is what seemed to be kind of the interesting part. Our harnesses are deliberately tuned to over-report, so we see more and miss less, which comes with a lot more noise. But at triage time, Mythos preview output has noticeably higher quality, fewer hedged findings, clearer reproducible steps, and less work to reach a fix or dismiss decision. This was interesting because what I found is they didn't actually say that Mythos found more than other models, as much as they said Mythos was clearer. That was kind of my takeaway. I haven't gotten to talk to any, maybe it's just how they worded it, but if I'm reading between the lines, they haven't said that it found more or a lot more or anything like that, just that it was clearer. The other thing that they talked about here is that just pointing, and I'm reading between the lines here again, pointing Mythos at their work wasn't actually helpful. What they did was build a harness. What a harness actually fixes. Narrow scope produces better findings. So the harness is reducing the scope for the model to look at. Telling the model this, telling to look for command injection in this function with this trust boundary above it. That is what it does a really good job at. So it's interesting that they had to do real engineering to get real results from an AI. And they can't just tell it to go. The thing I think people are learning is you cannot tell AIs like you might tell a human. Find vulnerabilities in this repository. Some humans might wonder, but a lot of really good security researchers would start, their playbook. I'm going to look for prompt injection or command injection. I'm going to look for these things. I'm going to make sure that headers are sanitized, whatever. They're going to do their playlist and look for those specific things. And if you're really wanting to leverage the AIs, this is where you're going to see. Adversarial review reduces noise. This is something that I haven't played a whole lot with, but a colleague of mine at work also was talking about this as a way of reviewing code as well. Adding a second agent between the initial finding and the queue, one with a different prompt, a different model, and no ability to generate its own finding, catches a lot of the noise that the first agent would miss. This is a really cool thing. This is actually something I want to do in the AI games, is have one generate the code. I want to have two agents generate code and then review each other's and see who does a better review and see if maybe that's a way to do better. Like, it would actually be cool to chain Claude and OpenAI together so that one was the code writer and it would pass its work over to the reviewer. I don't want to do it with the API because it's expensive, but we'll see. So anyways, this is cool. It's something that somebody has talked to me about already, and then I saw it in this, and I was like, that's like the second time I've heard a take. So the more people saying it, the more likely it's to be true, right? Right? I know that's wrong. Splitting the chain across agent produces better reasoning. Asking, is this code buggy, and can an attacker actually reach this bug from outside the system, are two different questions. And the model is better. It's better with what you're asking it. So being more specific of what you want is, again, better. And those were kind of the big highlights of this. I don't want to get too much into this. What came after this was this build your own vulnerability harness, which I realize I'm a month behind on seeing, but I missed it. Build your own vulnerability harness. This was basically what they did to build their vulnerability harness. It's not their vulnerability harness. They didn't open source it, which would have been cool. But they actually kind of lay out their vulnerability harness. And I think that this is something we have to test. We have to test in the AI games. We already talked about security findings. I'm going to see if we can't build a little harness that allows us to do this. I found this by actually, when I was looking for, I talked about we haven't tested security findings and how good they are at finding stuff. And so I'm looking to add this. I'm going to have to get inside access, which I'm not sure I'm big enough to actually get these providers to give me access to their security tools, but we'll see. We'll try. We will attempt. So anyways, you guys can read that. I found it interesting. Yeah, blockchain. Blockchain is going to solve it, probably. Absolutely, it's going to solve it. All right, we have some open source news. We have some really exciting open source news. For all of you that don't know, we have some exciting. I love Rust. So when people are like, "Hey, we're going to we didn't get an LSP, and because we didn't get an LSP, we're going to move from Zig to Rust. You know, that's exciting to me. I found a new open source project. It's probably not good, but you know what? We'll take it. PG Rust. It's Postgres rewritten in Rust, and supposedly is passing 100% of regression tests. I don't know how it works, if if it's any good. I'm assuming somebody AI YOLO'd this with Claude, right? That's my take on that, is that basically it was just given Postgres's code base, told it to rewrite it in Rust, told it to pass the tests. I mean, honestly, I think that this is a way to write a database, right? It's a valid-ish way to write a database, or to rewrite a piece of code, because if you have a really good test structure, that's tests that feed the AI's stuff. So anyways, I don't know if it's any good. I haven't touched it. 2 times slower than ClickHouse on ClickBench, and we think it can get faster than ClickHouse. So they believe that it is now 300 times faster than Postgres on analytical workloads. That's amazing. That's not Rust. I don't know what they're doing. We were promised hoverboards. Not flying cars, hoverboards. Still don't have hoverboards. I'm only a little salty about that. Moving on, I found Organic Maps, an offline hike, bike trails, and navigation that uses open source OpenStreetMaps data. So this was actually kind of cool. I haven't used it, but I plan on trying it. It's a cool open source project, so I thought I'd give it a shout out. Moving on to something maybe a little bit more useful to you all, announcing TypeScript 7. 7 is designed to go fast. TypeScript 7 is a 10 times faster native port of TypeScript by your favorite TypeScript team. 1 second, my son's alarm is going off, and I just need to make sure that my wife is dealing with it. Yes. Cool. Okay. So TypeScript 7 is designed to go fast. And yes, I picked that specific wording very, very purposefully. The mission of the native port of TypeScript built in Go could make the most of modern hardware. So what does this mean for you all? Basically, a faster TypeScript sounds great on paper, but what does it mean in practice? Maybe it helps to think about where TypeScript comes in at every stage of the development. So basically, the idea here is that it makes everything faster, because like if your editor and things like that are loading your projects and stuff, your editor is faster. So here's TypeScript 6 versus 7 on some very large code bases. You know, much faster. So you also have faster compile times and things like that. So anyways, I don't know that it really it really matters that it's written in Go, but the fact is it's a lot faster. It should feel a lot better. And so cool. When you're wanting to meta program in one language and then erase all of your types for another language, TypeScript is the go-to. Whoa, Raiders. Hey, thank you so much for the raid. He did not force you to say anything? I'm glad that you're safe. Thank you so much for the raid. I will take care of them. Thank you for entrusting them to me. What were you all working on? What were you all doing? Yeah, getting a little hangry. Getting a little hangry. I get it. Don't stay around in chat if you're going to be a little hangry. You get off and get that fixed. That's awesome. So you have a little bit better of an idea of GFX than I do, it sounds like. Well, for all of you coming in, we're covering the news. After we cover the news, I'm going to probably fail at making my open source. I'm trying to make an open source Home Assistant voice thing. So Home Assistant released their Home Assistant voice, and I'm trying to make our own local AI model respond to me. It did not go over well last week. Will it go over better this week? We don't know. But we're going to cover the news first. And when we're done with the news, we're going to work on that. So we'll see how badly that goes. It's good to have you all here. And welcome. Emacs. Oh, good old Emacs enjoyer. I see. I see. What is everybody's favorite one? Probably yes. I don't understand the probably yes. Could you could you elaborate what when somebody is an Emacs enjoyer, I have never seen them reply with probably yes. That has never been the take I've heard. Whichever I get paid to. Oh, Russell, you're prepared for the influencer lifestyle. Raise of hands. Who's an Emacs enjoyer? Emacs is the one that I haven't used. Maybe I should give it a spin. Maybe I should give Emacs a spin. I could do like there's like evil Emacs, right? Or something like that that has like the Vim bindings out of the box. Maybe I should try that. Maybe I should try that. All right, let's get back into the news before we. You like, but the first session startup time is slow. I've heard that. I've not tried it. I need to try it. I need to try it. Like I said, I have not. I did it once and I was like, I can't learn another key binding, but I do know that there are some that are Vim. So I barely know Vim. So all right, let's jump back into the news, and then we'll talk Emacs later. Okay. Emacs power user. I feel more comfortable now. Like I was worried about your devotion beforehand. I was actually like halfway to writing a letter to Richard Stallman about you, just letting him know that there's a wayward member. I feel like Emacs is one of those things you're either completely sold or completely against. So this makes me feel better. I at least now understand you. Okay. Anyways, back to the news. Less on this religion, all right? I try to keep religion out of I try to keep religion out of the conversation. So we don't talk about Vim, Emacs, Go, Rust. We have to avoid all of those things. We only use Fortran on this channel because you know, that's you don't get religious zealots when using Fortran. There's probably religious Fortran zealots out there. I don't know. All right. Let's move on. So, TypeScript 7 powered by Go. if these benchmarks are to be believed, super powerful. I find it probably the most hilarious thing out of all of this is we are now using npm to install Go. Let that sink in. npm post-install hooks are now installing Go. You're welcome for that thought. npm is becoming the universal package repository. I believe that all my Rust crates should just go, after I'm done writing a Rust crate, I should make it part of npm now. I'm pretty sure that's what this means. It's the future. It's the mythical Python and JavaScript stream. Hey, we've done Python, okay? It's not mythical. We did our AI training in Python, and we're probably going to have to do that again. All right. A new paper was released. I haven't gotten to check all of its findings. But AI slop is DDoSing open source. This is something that I believe all of us have felt is true. You guys can go check out the paper yourself. This is something all of us has felt is true. We've seen open source projects being pressured by this. This graph here is maybe one of the most stark examples of this. This is the increase in PRs post 2025, and this is the number of those PRs of first-time contributors that are being accepted. So basically, more and more, there are more PRs being created, and fewer of them are actually of the quality that the project wants and are just left in the project to languish or closed or whatnot. So that's kind of the premise. I think they do a great job of actually doing the research to prove this. So they go through and pull in a lot of references for where they got this data. The one thing that I wanted to call out here, that if you're struggling with this, they give a list of things that they think can help, right? Along with the list of the effort it takes to do this. So they interviewed a bunch of people about the effort to do these types of things, and how many people thought that they would help or be valid. So it's worth checking out. I don't know that any of these are going to be the solution to this, but it's something that I'm watching. And because I'm watching it, I found the paper on it, and I thought I'd share the paper with you all. Not how you've been affected by this, sadly. Yeah. Go is malware. We just figured this out. Fantastic. Anyways, another project basically has succumbed to this that I've seen. So we've seen some. Zig, for example, is one that said they don't want AI contributions. And there's a lot of reasons in that. It's not just the slop. Godot is changing their contribution policies. Now, I know that I've talked about making a game in the future, and I would probably do it with Godot going forward. People are interested in contributing to Godot, and we're willing to put in the time to contribute. We are being cautious about feature creep, and we are being dedicated to high quality code. Now, you can pronounce it Godot as well. I understand. I've always pronounced it Godot, so I will continue, but I do understand. The interesting thing here is, as a game engine, being performant is of the top priority, right? Like, I have a lot of respect for people that actually program game engines, right? The code I do doesn't have to be nearly as performant as something that renders on, the orders of milliseconds. And so I think that they're in a particularly tough spot. It's also tough because game engine development is actually kind of hard. So it's not easy to get into. So it's hard for new contributors. And so I feel like I understand why a lot of new contributors would want to try to leverage AI to learn and make a PR to it. But ultimately, a large part of the backlog comes from the fact that the number of qualified reviewers is small. Reviewing PRs is demanding, and we can't keep up with everything coming in. Basically, they're drowning in PRs. Theirs is specifically here's theirs. Let's just read over their things here. Encouraging new contributors to become future maintainers. That involves teaching and growing the understanding of new contributors. I love this. LLMs can't learn from specific feedback and thus can't benefit from maintainers providing feedback. This is a really cool take. I thought it was awesome. They actually want to help grow people. If they're putting in the time to review your PR, they also want to help you understand that feedback. And it's a waste of time for them. Ensuring all contributors are made by humans who can take responsibility for their code and be able and willing to fix it when needed. AI cannot take responsibility. This is something I've talked about ad nauseum. Adding barriers to low effort slop. This is unfortunately, this means we need to add barriers to contribution, but want to do it in a way that does not cut off the maintainer pipeline. They have to cut off low effort. Again, because they're just drowning in the number of tickets. I can't imagine a really popular open source repository. It's tough. Increasing the incentives to review PRs. PR review is the largest bottleneck of the engine right now. We need to ensure that people who choose to review PRs feel their time is well spent. People innately feel like they're wasting time. I know this for a fact. Even in teams, there have been times when people have put up low effort PRs. When you're both paid, one's paid to review the other person's PR, and they get so frustrated when that PR that was put forth didn't meet the quality standards, even without AI. If it's not meeting the quality standards, this is a super frustrating thing. So did I send you guys this? No, I didn't. I'll let you guys read it. I think honestly, this is a decent way of dealing with it. I think that what they're doing makes sense. I hope them well because, like I said, I want to use this in the near future. I'm dying to make a game. I just have so much other stuff to do. It would be fun to make a very frustrating game. AI bros are going to say use AI to do PR reviews. I think you mean crypto bros. I think you meant crypto bros. I'm getting confused. The line has merged too much, but I hope they find a happy medium. So anyways, and now we actually have some research to point to, which I thought was really cool that I found both of these things. Yeah. So anyways, etcd 3.7. Now 3.7 actually came out with something I thought worth covering. A lot of the times etcd's releases are covering performance improvements, stability, upgrade improvements. There's a lot of stuff. etcd for the general has been Raft complete for a very long time, and they don't really bring a whole lot of improvements. That being said, this release brought range stream. So ranges have been something that etcd has been really bad at if you want a range. We actually in our database talked about this based off of how Raft does consensus and how a key value store, which is what they do and how their index is, ranges are actually problematic for etcd as a whole. Now, range stream makes improvements to this. In etcd 3.6 and earlier, it is challenging to work with requests that return large result sets. The database would buffer the full result set before sending, leading to unpredictable latency and memory usage, both on the server and client. The range stream RPC lets calling applications accept results as chunks, reducing latency and making buffer memory more predictable. So this isn't a huge change of the underlying infrastructure or anything like that, but what it's doing is allowing you to accept results as they come in of your range and helping them not store huge amounts in memory. So basically, when they get a full chunk, they can send it. Because one of the problems with this is you could bring down an etcd cluster based off of asking for a very big range when it was already close to using the amount of memory it needed, which means you need to have sufficient amount of memory to handle those requests. And the fact was that how much is that? You don't really know. So this actually makes running etcd way more predictable in that. So yeah. Now etcd is super tied to Kubernetes. Let's be honest. And 3.7, again, this is the general thing. It's why I don't cover a lot of etcd releases. Performance improvements in both Kubernetes control plane and things like that. Again, these are great, Kubernetes specific, but great. Russell, you and I need the same agent. We need the same agent. That was it for open source. Did you guys see anything else interesting in open source that I missed? I try to find interesting projects like the OpenStreetMaps and just give them a shout out. So if there is a project, tell me in the Discord, let me know. If there's one that you see, it doesn't have to be new. Just let's give it a shout out if it's doing something interesting and solving a problem people have. Especially here, we're a lot of engineers, so if it's a problem engineers have, but it doesn't have to be for engineers specifically, because engineers, it turns out, are actually real people and do stuff like hiking. So it doesn't have to be just for engineers. I know. Engineers are people too. All right, we have QPAXA. This is one I want to talk a little bit about. Now, previously, we've done a little consensus class thing. We actually built our own consensus engine in Rust, a very basic database that you could leverage. And consensus is a big deal to me. It's one of my favorite things. If I went into research, I would do it in either sufficiently advanced statistical analysis or consensus. Maybe both. So I really like consensus, and there was a new consensus that I actually want to try implementing based off of the paper. So that's what we did with Raft. We took the paper from Raft and we implemented it. Now, I don't know this consensus mechanism as well, but there is this QPAXA. I'm gonna give this to you all so you can, if interested, go read about QPAXA. As we all know, consensus is how we reach consensus. Wow, I need to actually be able to define it without reach agreement. It's a little different than that, but Raft, we talked about multi-Paxos and Raft, and you can do multi-Raft as well. So I dislike that they talk about multi-Paxos versus Raft. You can do multi-Raft. CockroachDB famously did this to make Raft scale. But yes, you can do Raft or Paxos, and you can make them multi if you need them. We implemented Raft. We did not implement multi-Raft. It's much more complicated. One of the big downfalls of Paxos or Raft in these cases is the fact that they rely on timeouts and timing. And this is very important. It's why when you look at Raft clusters or even Paxos clusters, they are held in the same geographic region. And this causes a lot of problems. You can leverage consensus in one geographic region and then use something like a SWIM protocol to handle spreading that out over a massively large distributed cluster. But this also causes its own problems. And you also then are tying yourself to a single region. As we found by AWS, a region went missing and is never coming back that we know of. So regions can just disappear. Think that your availability zones aren't necessarily spreading them across availability zones doesn't necessarily protect you from a region disappearing in a time of conflict. So this poses some problems. And if you're in a data center, you don't necessarily get the idea of regions. You get the idea of spreading it out in the data center and being rack aware. Again, this poses problems because you need that low latency. So, what you see here is Multipaxos or Raft have these problems. And QPaxa is a novel randomized asynchronous consensus core to tolerate adverse conditions such as denial of service attacks, while a one-round trip fast path preserves the normal use case efficiency of Multipaxos or Raft. So what they're saying is they're trying to keep the normal case as fast as Multipaxos or Raft, but also try to tolerate adverse conditions in a better way. But lack robustness or adverse conditions due to their reliance on timeout or liveliness. Sorry, I ranted a little bit of insider knowledge there. This is a longish paper. If you thought Raft was a pretty long one, you're talking, this one isn't as in depth. It doesn't in the Raft paper, you got this is the message and it's simple. That's not here. This one this is the protocol and it looks more like a linear algebra math problem. So this is going to take a little bit more time. But what's really interesting, and I emailed them. We'll see if they respond. Manage speak stack. You want a consistent call to agree to disagree? Oh gosh, is that what we need to make? Okay, so if we implement this, we can make it a fun ATD, right? ATD or DAC. DAC. We'll call it DAC, right? Disagree and commit. That will be fun. Anyways, what got me excited wasn't, this paper is kind of exciting. And I do want to escape the tyranny of timeouts and consensus. I think that's actually super cool. And I hesitate to wonder about multi-QPaxa because as I understand it, this doesn't have the multi in it. And maybe that's too complicated, and maybe the fact of the matter is we just have to not do that, and you only hold it for a little bit of data. But Meerkat. Now, Meerkat is not the language processor. That's Parakeet. I almost confused those two myself. Meerkat is an experiment in global consensus. Meerkat is based off of QPaxa. Really, really, really cool. I'm going to give you guys this. So Meerkat is Cloudflare's. So Cloudflare has the problem of you have a control plane, and the control plane stores this state across their 330 global data centers. This is a pretty standard thing. This is actually what brought down Cloudflare, is that data center that had the actually, let's pull that up. Cloudflare data, what was it? Their data center loss power outage. You know, when the CEO writes the blog article, you know, it was rough. So basically their control, Cloudflare's control plane and analysts run primarily on servers in 3 data centers around Hillsboro, Oregon. The 3 data centers are independent of one another, each have multiple utility power feeds, and have multiple redundant and independent network connections. The facilities were intentionally chosen to be at a distance apart that would minimize the chance of a natural disaster would cause them to be impacted. Blah, 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 blah. The largest of the 3 facilities in Oregon is run by Flaxenol. We refer to this PDX, blah, blah, blah. Anyways, it lost power. It was actually a disaster, an absolute disaster, because basically their data centers have 3 power sources. So this is like utilities 1, this is utilities 2, and then this is generators. Okay, so basically when you're dealing with high voltage power like this, you're getting power from utilities 1. But when you draw from utilities 2, you have to make sure that you don't feed power back to these. And when you kick the generators on and draw from the generators, you have to make sure that you don't feed power back to any of these. Well, basically, utilities 1 went down. And for some reason, I don't remember, this was a couple of years ago, the generators kicked on and started backfeeding data power into utilities 2, which then blew a lot of breakers, and it blew the generators breakers. So it had a breaker box here, and it blew all of these breakers. And guys, if you have not seen industrial breakers explode, for one, I think they have ones on springs now, but some of these actually have explosive charges in them. To actually disconnect the electricity, because what happens is you can't just break it like household breakers do, because there's so much power that they'll actually just keep arcing. So they literally explode to blow out the breaker. Anyways, some of them are on really big springs. There's multiple ways of doing this. You can go look it up. Anyways, these blew. And so now all the grids were down because utilities 1 went down. This hit the breakers for backfeeding because the generators were backfeeding into utilities 2. And then these breakers blew. All power of the data center went down, and their locks to get into the data center did not have battery backup. No battery backup. So no one could access the data center. They had to cut their way into the data center to get this thing back online. It was a disaster. Anyways, I don't know how we got here. Oh, so how we got here is that Cloudflare specifically has a issue with this global control plane that's not global, right? That requires really fast network connectivity because it has to have consensus. So these 3 data centers have to reach consensus, and they have to have low timeouts. So Cloudflare is uniquely in a position, so is any large cloud provider, to have a system like this. Yeah, Russell, that happened a while ago. I was bringing it up as a data point of why Meerkat happened, right? Why they put in the work to build something like this, right? That was like a long time ago. Like I said, we're talking 2023. Yeah, 2023. So one way to synchronize data safely despite adverse network conditions is via a consensus algorithm, which allows a set of machines to agree on the same sequence of values, such as key value. Now, what is really cool about this, and what made me really excited about this, is there's levels of consensus. And if you read one of my favorite authors, you'll understand this. But what is interesting with this is that they are actually getting linearizable reads. Let's oops, wrong button. At Cloudflare, many services want linearizability. So a lot of people talk about strong consistency. Strong consistency is only a part of the question. Strong consistency, writes are protected, but reads can in fact be reordered. And so one step past that is the linearizability, where this is like basically the strongest form of consistency is that linearizability says that writes will be in order and reads will be in order as well. So unlike weaker forms of consistent, linearizability relieves programmers of thinking about all the weird behaviors the data system might exhibit. Instead, they can reason about the distributed system like they reason about local memory on a single threaded machine. All reads after a write will see that write. For additional reading, anyways. And this is really difficult on a consensus across multiple streams, especially across network. So yeah. And we can talk about fault tolerance and whatnot. Anyways, they have a working QPAXA, and that's really exciting. Go read about it if you want to read more about it. I'm obviously not going to bore you all about consensus longer because I'm really interested in consensus. We're going to definitely have to make our own, because this sounds like a ton of fun to make an open source QPAXA implementation. Yeah. Nobody else interested about this topic, I take it? No? It's cool. Open source implementation coming soon. All right, let's talk about new model releases. I did the AI games. OpenAI was scared of what I would find. Literally, they waited until the day after. I got access to 2 days after the AI games to release 5.6. We can't agree if we like it or not. Everyone in chat, please give Russell a round of applause. Please give Russell a round of applause. That was fantastic. I have to say that I am conversation timed out. Gosh dang it. Oh, we're on Raft. We're on Raft. And it turns out that there's high latency in Twitch chat. High latency Twitch chat. All right. So let's talk about ChatGPT's release. I am sad about their naming convention. I'm sad about their naming convention because they took what was possibly the most beautiful naming convention and they made it messy. They made it messy. Let's actually look at this. Look at this. What is 5.6? Luna, Terra, or Sol? Let's pick Sol. What's the difference between low, medium, high, extra high, max, and ultra? Also, interestingly enough, there's max, which is maximum reasoning, and ultra, which is maximum reasoning. They need to update this to ultra reasoning. But okay, but what about Terra? Okay, Terra also has extra high, max, and ultra. Okay, what about Luna? Okay, well, we don't get ultra with Luna, but we get things. What's the difference between Luna, Terra, and Sol? Well, this is where I am sad about their naming convention. If you look, there was 5.5 and 5.4 and like 5.4 mini. Mini and nano were really actually easy to understand. Mini and nano were designed for different things. One was designed for structured output, one was designed for tool calling, and they were both designed to be really small and really fast. And it's inherent by the name, 5.4 mini. Well, Luna is effectively the 5.4 mini. Now, I haven't compared it cost to cost, token for token, so I can't really tell you if it's as affordable as 5.4 mini or if it's as good at tool calling. If you guys remember, 5.4 mini destroyed the tool calling. It beat Fable, it beat 5.5. It was a tool calling beast, and it did it all for way cheaper. We're talking pennies versus $8.50 for Fable. So I'm going to have to run some of those tests. I'm glad that I have those tests because I can rerun them. But they actually, in my opinion, really dropped the ball. Basically, this is low, medium, and high. And then in each stage of low, medium, and high, you have low, medium, high, extra high, max, and ultra. They just made the confusion more. I actually think that this tends to cause people to not actually pick the right one. So in this, are you going to actually pick Luna when you could be using Luna? Like for tool calling, if somebody is doing something that is tool calling, they should 100% use Mini 100% of the time. It does better than all the other models, and it's cheaper than all the other models, hands down. Are you doing that? I don't know. I think a lot of times people pick a model and they just kind of go with that. Russell, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Luna is a dead rock. Invested in life forms that pretend to be smart. And Soul has incredible power. Never mind. Never mind. Naming was fantastic. Naming was fantastic. Anyways, it says that it's going to be doing great things. One thing that I can tell you just from my runs and my experience so far, which I need to get my website out on, is Fable 5 is way too expensive for what it does. Fable 5 is ridiculously expensive. We will see what ChatGPT 5.6 is. We'll see what its pricing is like. My guess is it's going to be kind of expensive compared to what we're used to. But like I said, I don't like these. I think all of these are gamified at this point, and they're pretty much useless except for marketing. Along those lines, we have more releases. Meta released Muse Spark 1.1. Unfortunately, Spark is not an open weight model, so there's no way for us to run this. I will update our test harness to use Meta's new API. So supposedly the Meta model API, the new one, is really fantastic. That's what all the experts said at the bottom, that were definitely not paid for their opinion. Yeah, these felt very bought and paid for. So anyways, we can get free usage of Spark right now. So I am going to try Spark in the test harnesses, or I'm going to try to support it. And we're going to try to see how it's going. Now, Meta has promised that they will release more open weight models in the future in their Muse section. We'll see if they actually, there's nothing I can do to hold them to that, but I'm hoping that they don't just abandon their Llama background. Llama used to be a really good model, and I'm hoping they release an open weight model again. But not to be outdone, Grok from SpaceX AI, Tesla, Grok 4.5. This is so dumb. Okay, anyways, whatever. The new logo is even dumber because they like stretched it. Very, very dumb. Anyways, I'm moving on. I'm obviously not smart enough to have trillions of dollars. Grok 4.5 is now out in the world. Supposedly, market benchmarking is it's the best model ever. Like I said, benchmarks don't really tell a good story. Will we support Grok in the test harnesses that we have? I don't know. It depends. If everybody's saying Grok 4.5 does something really unique and amazing, we will obviously have to test it. But until then, probably not. Everyone working for Elon says it's amazing. That's exactly. I have heard from SpaceX, Tesla employees, Twitter employees. I have heard all of them say Grok 4.5 is the best model ever. Yeah. It is what it is. Elon's gardener even says it. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Touche. Touche. That is it for the news. It might be. I haven't used it. I have no idea. It could be really awesome. Like I said, if I hear really awesome things about it, I will update our test harness to support Grok AI. The one that I am going to do is I'm going to get Spark, especially because it looks like it won't cost me to test. Like they'll give me free usage, which is obviously fantastic. I mean, and that's not them giving me free usage. They're giving everyone free usage, just to be clear, because I do like keeping it independent of the models we're testing. So, they're automated tests, but I do like to avoid any improprieties there. They're giving everybody free usage. So, that includes me. All right. So I did do this over the week when I had a little bit of time. I got codexes. So this was mostly done with 5.5. I got their URL shortener working. It still looks dumb. I got to add a blog. And this is actually stored in a database. And like if you actually go to this, so localhost, no, it's it didn't work. It didn't work. I thought it did. I thought it actually did what it was supposed to do. Let's test the shortener part. Maybe it's just the maybe it doesn't work. Maybe it doesn't. Oh wait, I'm not showing my screen. I'm not showing my screen. My bad. Does it work? Nope. I wonder if it broke something because I had it add routing to like blog, right? So like /blog. And I bet you to do that, it changed it from like it was just like on the root, like this. And in a real thing, it should have like a different domain, right? It should have a different domain that it's linking to. So adding a blog and a homepage broke it. Okay. Well, fun. Anyways, it kind of works. It almost works. Well, let me make the same. It will. It will. Oh, it's using a different port. It's using a different port. So it did change it. The different port is kind of interesting, right? The different port is kind of interesting because that's like using a different domain effectively. Huh. I don't hate it. So this should be Google. Like I said, it works. It works. I got it working. It did some weird things. Like it insisted on leaving a link to the landing page. Like it added this back. Oh, let me move my face. It added this back. So like you're in the dashboard and it left a link to the landing page. Like, hey, you really want to go back to the landing page. I don't know why. Obviously I screwed up in my prompting. Anyways, this is a good experiment. This was fun. I think so. I've been debating. I think I'm going to try to make this my website. I need to post the AI games. So I have all this data in databases, and I need to post. What I want is like current stats, and I want a blog post. So like a blog post about this round, and then basically I also want to update all my tooling. So when I run a test, it updates the stats on the web page. With like the latest run. So like I can run Sol, and while Sol wasn't a part of the last AI games, you guys can still see the stats on Sol. And then when we do the AI games, we'll do all of it all together and whatnot. I think I might just try again as a learning experiment, doing it with what Codex released. And I'm taking the. I think I did this. I did this with, hey, let me worry about the tests and the plans and things like that, and I won't look at the code. That worked okay, but not super well. I think what I'm going to try to do this next round is I want to look at important code. And when I ask it to make a feature, I think I want to either define the aspects that I think are important, like the function calls or the interfaces that are going to be made. And maybe I make those by hand. And then try to let it go and do the other stuff to fill in those things. That was another idea I had where I'm not looking at a whole lot of it and just attempting to do the things. Anyways. Anyhow, today let's do Jarvis, right? Jarvis, Jeeves. Is there another British Batman's butler? What's Batman's butler? Why can't I remember Batman's butler? Alfred. Alfred. Thank you. All right, we're gonna try this. So what I did do is I plugged in a little GMK Tech. What is this? Let's see. This. Mine has 32 gigs of RAM. You couldn't buy that today for $200. I'm surprised you can get 16 gigs of RAM for $200. Did they nerf this? Did they remove RAM? Because mine's 32K gigs. I got this a while ago. So if you're new to this journey, I have a NVIDIA GTX Spark that I tried to get to process audio. And it turns out, even NVIDIA's own tools don't run on the Spark. Now, there's like a bunch of stuff I could do to try and compile all the stuff. Like CTranslate 2 is something I would have to compile for that platform, and then I would have to compile the other stuff, and then I have to build all my own Docker containers. And if I have to go down that path, I have to go down that path, and I'll do it. But the CTranslate 2 is actually optimized for CPU anyways. And so another thought was like, maybe it's better to have this little thing that I have, and I'm not using it right now. Maybe it's better to have this handle all of the translating, like taking the voice and making it to text, than having the GPU do it. And we'll save the GPU for actual prompting. It's my current thought here. So I'm going to have to log into the network, probably going to have to do two-factor authentication, so hang with me. How are you doing? Gotta log into password manager, gotta get the password, then I gotta do two-factor authentication. One second, now getting my two-factor authentication. All right. Client devices. Okay, so I just plugged this thing in. It's headless. I'm hoping I remember the password. I have it in password manager, so I'm hoping the password manager is correct. Oh, it is here. Oh, okay. It is on a different network, which is kind of to be expected because when we were doing this is actually what powered the null server. So this was part of that little Kubernetes cluster. We need to go update this. We don't want this. Or do we want to actually throw it in a different network? I don't know. It should probably be on its own network. So I haven't done any of the smart home stuff. At the last place, I had it all on its own network. Ooh, this is new. Ping test? Is this testing my ping to it or the internet's ping? Oh, it's the internet's ping. I thought this was like ping to this server. Okay, anyways. Actually, Ubiquiti is I can give it a local DNS record. Oh, I love this. Oh, I love this. They made all of this so much better. Okay. We're going to have to do a little bit of networking. The RTX Spark program? No, I would have reported that in the news. What? Oh, no. What is NVIDIA doing these days? Oh, no. What is the project? Okay, so I'm trying to make a local AI powered voice assistant. That's the project. And it's proved to be more difficult than I thought it would be because I have this $4,000 piece of equipment that was supposed to be an AI supercomputer. But if you go and look at NVIDIA Parakeet, guess what? I'm not going to find it in here, but what you won't find is support for ARM. This happens to be ARM. So basically, the DGX Spark is an amazing little device that has no support from anybody. CTranslate 2, or that most people are using, that's for Faster Whisper, doesn't support ARM. Well, actually, that CTranslate 2 and Faster Whisper actually support ARM, but they don't support NVIDIA on ARM. So that's like a unique. I feel very specifically excluded. I feel very specifically excluded with that. They have ARM, they have NVIDIA, they do not have ARM NVIDIA support. That was truly a little hurtful. So then I was like, well, I'll just use Parakeet. Parakeet was like, no, you won't actually. No, thank you. No ARM support. And then I tried some other people's projects who had compiled it for it, and that was a nightmare. So now what I have in place is I have a little thing that's an Intel-based machine that's going to handle parts of it, and then I'm going to offload parts of it to the DGX Spark. So interesting. I had one, like, you can go buy this, but there's two groups of computers. There's this one, the Spark. It's gone up $700 since I got it. And then there's this one. And I was like, why can't I add to cart? Like, what's the price of one of these? It has the GB300 and 784 gigs of coherent memory. I was like, that actually sounds like enough to do some stuff with. If I could get two of these, I could actually host GLM, right? I'd have the 1500 gigs of memory I need. With 2 of these, I could host GLM. I think they're on the verge of $75,000. Like more than my car. Or I could buy a yacht. Yeah. Like, so 2 of these would cost me 150,000 to host GLM. So I didn't get one. I mean, I wasn't going to anyways, but yeah. And anyhow, it feels a little. The Spark feels a little neutered. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm not super happy with it. Not super happy with it. Okay, we need to make our own network. We should do this right before we get too entangled. We should make our own network. Before I show too much of my networks. I don't know. I don't think I have anything in here. One second. Let's see. I have an IoT. I have a null cloud network. Let's just do the null cloud. We'll put all this on the null cloud. I'm not hosting it locally anyways. I think you guys can see all this. I'm just scanning. I think all of this would be good. You guys can give me tips on how to make it more secure. So the idea is going to be that my home network can access this network, but this network cannot access my home network. That's like the clear distinction that I want to be made here. All right. Yeah, you guys can see this. Okay, so we have the null cloud. We want to manage the null cloud. Let's do this. Wait, man. I want just to like go to the page of the null cloud. I guess maybe it's just here. It's a very elite LAN ID. That was fun. So we're isolate network. Okay, let's see. Isolate this network from all other virtual networks using firewall rules on the unified gateway. Devices on this network are able to communicate with each other. I want to make this isolated, but I want I think that, let's see, that's not exact. I don't want to fully isolate it because I want to access it from my network, right? So I don't think I want this. I need to like actually open. Oh, here we go. Let's do this. No, I want to actually open it. I want to like actually configure it. Is there... There used to be like a... Okay, so this has changed so much. The auto updating here has... So here's our routing table. That's what I wanted. I guess I thought the routing table was for the network, but not this. This is what we need to do, right? Oh, this is like for incoming traffic. This is what allowed. We actually don't need this now since we're not hosting anything that needs public access. We can actually change this to not be this way, right? Why did everything change? I hate updates. Like, it looks so cool, but like, I just want to delete this one now, but I don't know how to. Let's see, destination. This one. I want to remove this one. I can create new route, but I want to edit this route. I want to edit this one. Why is it so difficult? I can create a new route. I think what I probably need to do, so if I'm thinking about this right, what I need to do is I need to isolate this network. I need to isolate the network, and then I need to add a route around, right? I believe that's and then I'll add a route to this network in one direction, right? But we're going to not do this right now because for some reason, I don't know how to edit the routing table. I can add to the routing table. I can't edit the ones that are currently there. Excuse me? I don't want to do this just yet. Okay, okay. We're just going to slap it on this one as is for right now. That works. And then I'll have to figure out how to actually edit it, and we'll edit it another time. Okay. So, that being said, we'll leave it here. We'll leave it at this IP for right now, just so that we can access it. I gotta see what state this machine is in. It's oh no. It's probably in a rough state, is what I was going to say. It's not doing any network traffic. Why? Why? Oh boy. Oh, I actually might know why. Let's go here. All right, what port is it on? Let's see. We should have stats on which one it is. Let's see. Port 4 of this one. So it's on port 4. This is this one. All right. It's not connected. And probably why is port 4. Let's look at port 4. I bet you port 4 doesn't have yeah, this is on the default. So it's not. Let that set in for a quick second. I thought with the default. Okay, let's just let that take effect really quickly. That might fix that. which means will I need to reset it? I thought I had it on allow all though, right? Allow all shouldn't like that's just the native VLAN. So like it should be fine. Like now it's tagged as null clouds for that VLAN. I don't have a it's connected, but it's not doing anything. I really need like a little lab place where I have like an extra monitor because I don't have a monitor. So let me reset the machine and have it repower up. This doesn't have any default isolation at this point, right? It's pretty just... All right. One more try and then we'll just go reboot the machine. Perfect. Perfect. You know, I wonder if NVIDIA will have a light that lets you know that the laptop's on. You know, I was just looking at this $200 machine that I have that has a light that lets me know that it's on. It's kind of nice. It's unique in that way, right? Not many people would think of that. All right. We should see it in the clients. It's a premium feature, right? It just realized it went offline. It's booting back up. This machine hasn't been on for a year and a half, so it's gonna be old. Did it just come online somewhere? Where did it go? Where did it go? Let's just do wired. We'll have to wait just a second for it to update. Okay, I think what I'm going to do, if this doesn't work, I'm going to try to take its IP restriction away, set it all to default, and see if it assigns it to a new IP somewhere sane. Right? Step one will be just getting access to it. Hey, thanks for the follow. Okay, it's back online, but it... Oh, I mean, it wouldn't have a channel, right? Because that's like what it's connected. Yeah, so it wouldn't have a channel. Okay, so let's try. If this doesn't work, we're just gonna reset it to everything. Not working. Okay, we'll remove its fixed IP address. And the other thing is we'll go to the port on the server and we will put this as default. We'll apply those changes. We'll give this a little bit of set. I read reset at the same time. We will give this just a second. Why did it drop to FE? That's interesting. Okay. Maybe I unplug its Ethernet. No. For some reason, it's still thinking the port is. It did not take this. Apply changes. No fixed IP address. Now, what I might need to do is unplug the Ethernet and plug it back in so that it is forced to renegotiate. It just might be faster that way, right? Man, I have not looked at the Dream Machines. It's still also just in FE. It was doing fine. No fixed IP address. Let's check out our client list again. Now, it's holding that IP address, which it shouldn't actually be on, right? So I'm going to unplug it and plug it back in, just the Ethernet cable, and see if that forces it to re-get that. We could reboot it, but that seemed like the faster mechanism. Yes, I need a workbench. I need a workbench with a monitor where these things could be set up. Because I mean, this shouldn't work. It shouldn't be at this address anymore. We set the port. Oh no. Why is it saying the port is 1337? It's back. It should be on the default, right? Let's see. Yeah, we don't have any set to anything but the default on this block, right? Maybe I need to restart it. This connection log still says, oh, you guys can't see it, can you? One second, let me move my head. This connection says that it's still connected to the null cloud network. Let me restart the device again. I force a full connection. So the nice thing was it had a fixed IP address, but it wasn't static. So it wasn't the machine that had a static IP address. So we should be able to configure everything from this side, which is the nice part. It went default, right? Did you see the network go default? I have a good feeling about this. My fear was that when I unplugged the Ethernet cable and plugged it back in, maybe I did it too fast. And so it stayed connected on the same network. It didn't shut the port down and restart it on the default port. Only available on Ultra models. Wait, did I see it come back? No, I think I saw it go away. It's back. It's back. It's back. Here we go. Here we go. Oh, it's IP address. Now it's on the default network. It really likes its IP address. Why? We can try that. There should be nothing with the VLAN. What am I missing here? The default network doesn't have 10.1.2.4. So it can't have this IP address. Why did it try? Why did it try to connect with what is making it decide to do that? You know what? Let me try doing something. Let me plug it into a different port. Let me plug it into a different port on the switch. shot in the dark. Should come back with a different flipping IP address. Maybe I need to turn it off. I feel like this is a bug in Ubiquiti's routing, right? Let's see. Unified devices. So we're now on port 9. That's right. Let's go to port manager. Let's look at port 9. It is connected. Let's see. It's still saying that as its IP address. It should be impossible. Okay. Interesting. That took me to port 4, which it is not on, good sir. It is not on port 4 anymore. It should be firmly in the 192.168 because it's on a /24, right? So that doesn't leave it 10 dot anything. No, let me reboot the device. Let me turn off the device. Let me then shut down. Then let me switch the ports again. And then let me turn the device back on. Let me try that. 1 second. This is going to work. I have extremely good feelings about this. I have extremely good feelings. Very good feelings. Here we go. All right, wired. Let's see. It's not back up yet. It's probably connected, but We have to wait till it shows up because we won't know the IP address. Like, hopefully we don't know the IP address. The whole plan is for us to not know the IP address of where this thing boots up. Ah! I mean, I put it on a new one too. I put it on a new port as well. It's on port 17. Let's try giving it something. 192.168.1. Let's do 195. It's really weird. So when I took it off the one, it was it was gigabit Ethernet, and it dropped down to FE when I switched it to the default network. Now I think I need to reboot it again to just test this. This isn't actually going to work. Oh my gosh. One second, let me reboot it. Please hold. Should I switch ports again? I shouldn't, right? No. Running out of ports to switch to. If I had done this before stream, it would have worked fine. Right? All right, we're booting back up. I left it on the same port. I think it hasn't realized it's gone. You gotta give it a little bit of time. I don't know, friends. I think like the only thing I can think of is that something went wrong with this server or this machine. And it's not actually like maybe I just need to get a monitor plugged into it. Because right now, they weren't ever set on static IP addresses, so it shouldn't be demanding its own. What else could it be? Did I actually configure it with a static IP address? Is that what we're fighting here? I didn't. I know I didn't. I hate static IP addresses. I've actually loved this feature. I would never not use this feature. And it's coming up with its host name, right? Oh, you guys can't see that. So it is connecting, it's handshaking. It's just connecting at the wrong port. It's connecting to a port it can't connect to. Yeah, I mean IP. Sorry, I said port. It's connecting to a IP that it can't connect to. It is identifying as an IP it can't identify as. And look at all these. Look at all these. It's saying port 4.4.4. It's been off of port 4 for a long time, right? Like we did this to other ports. It's like it something. Maybe I need to discontinue the switch. Okay, I'm going to do that. I'm going to restart the switch, actually. I'm going to restart the switch. That means the internet on my computer will die, but the stream shouldn't die. The stream shouldn't die, okay? This is a risky maneuver. Stream might go down. I think it's routed in such a way the stream shouldn't go down. Stream's not going to go down. I'd bet hundreds of pennies, at least 100 pennies on this. I'm going to reboot this. I feel like it has to be messing up at this point. This switch. Now, it could be... It could be that the router itself is messing up. We'll see. We'll see. No, the stream is going to be fine. I can't actually monitor it though. So I'm pretty sure you guys are there. Like I'm pretty sure you guys are seeing this. But my screens that monitor my stream have all said that it's down because my computer lost internet, but I'm almost positive that you guys are fine. I'm almost positive. Almost. There's like a small amount. The last message I saw was place bets now. So that's all that I saw. I have place bets now. Dang it. I did tell it to cycle PEO, power over Ethernet, PoE. I shouldn't have done that because the wireless was connected to that, which means I'm going to reboot the wireless as well. Which just means I took my entire family offline. Oopsie. There's nothing I can do. I can't stop it, guys. There is a pre-roll coming up in 2 minutes. Nothing I can do. The counter is just saying it's 2 minutes away. My Switch is not back up yet. I don't know if my stream is. I don't even know if you guys are hearing what I'm saying. Discord is down for me. Switch is back. Okay, but I still don't have internet, but that's because this computer is connected to the wireless, which I had it cycle the port, which means the wireless. I should have left the PoE on through the reboot. Give it a second, everyone. We'll be back in just a second. I'm sure of it. Almost back. I don't know if you guys are actually there, though. Oh, actually, I do know you guys are there because it hasn't dropped any frames. We're still chugging. Never mind. I know that you're there. Probably getting bot spam. I feel like the wireless should have reconnected. The Switch is back online. Oh, there we are. We're back. We're back. Hey. Hey. It worked almost as well as I planned. Almost as well as I planned. We're back, everyone. Check it out. Check it out. We're back. Wired. Gosh flippin' dang it. Okay. So I guess my next thing is to reboot the router itself, right? I should have done this while I was at it. Okay, you guys are going to get an ad. I'm going to go to be right back. My internet's going to go back down. I'm going to make a cup of coffee or something. And I'll be back in 5 minutes. I won't make a cup of coffee. That takes more than 5 minutes, but I'm going to reboot the whole network. The stream won't go down. The stream won't go down. Okay? So calm down. But I won't see you all. So I'm going to do that right now, and I'll be back in 5 minutes. As soon as I click this. Bye-bye, everyone. I guess I'm not actually going anywhere because the stream's not going down. Anyways, we'll just go to the starting soon. Here we go. I'll see you guys as soon as this is all back online. Let's see. Are we back? We are back. I need to sign in again. Two-factor authentication again. But we're back. Cheap viewers. Oh gosh. Of course that would happen while I was gone. Let's see. Did this work? Let's just try. Oh. Oh, I'm an idiot. I turned it off while that was happening, so it didn't accidentally like transiently keep its IP address. So let me turn that back on. I was paranoid. I was like, if we're doing a reset, let's just do a whole reset. All right, it's coming back on. This is gonna be peak tech Twitch content. Man fails for hours to get IP address. It's happening this time. It's happening. What the garbage? Okay. At this point, I feel like it has to be something I'm doing. What though? What am I doing? What have I done so wrong? Oh, so look at this is interesting. One, you can see that it's connected Mac. It doesn't have an IP address. But it is connected to port 17, and it is Gigabyte Ethernet now. So this is good. I have allowed all for VLAN management. What am I missing? What am I missing here? My computer is not on that. My computer, let's go here, is this one, right? It's on 178. It's hot. I just burned my tongue. I was not paying attention. Okay. I love how I have poor experience on Wi-Fi 7, and I'm in the same room as the antennas. I don't even know how this is the possibility here. I guess Wi-Fi 7, to have excellent connection, you have to have like the antennas touching, probably. Are we thinking? I'm wondering, do we think that it has a was it configured with a static IP address? It wasn't configured with a static IP address because it was configured in here with that IP address. But for some reason it is not. I guess I need to get a monitor and plug it in. I don't know what to think at this moment. I don't have a... I never configure anything with a static IP address because I don't like dealing with them. I give them fixed IP addresses in here. Now it's not even letting me change it. I can't even change it now. All right. I got to change it now. Now we want to remove all. If I remove this, that will just kick it out and I can just adopt it back, right? I think it was just glitching. I just refreshed it and it allowed me to make the change. So, okay, if I click remove here, I guess I gotta put my head right here. This is like the only place in the screen that doesn't have stuff. It's got all the stuff on the side, across the top, and down the side. So I just got to be in the middle while working in here. If I click remove, I'm going to click remove. Remove. How do I add it back? Add client. Oh, I need the MAC address. I was hoping that it would... Oh, here we go. Here we go. No IP address. No IP. This is good. Now it's just not getting an IP address at all. Fantastic. Reboot the device. Good idea. I think yes. Let's try this. Let's try this. Ah, well, thank you so much for the compliment. What am I working on? Well, I thought that I was going to be doing some AI work. I thought that I would be trying to make my own personal Alfred, leveraging this open hardware, and trying to translate my speech into commands and getting my AI server to do stuff. That sounds all like fun and games, and then it turns out that I have a networking problem. And I'm not a networking engineer. Apparently, this is more difficult than I expected it to be. So, we're trying to solve that right now. Plan was fun and games, reality is pain and work. How right Russell is. That is exactly what we've learned. I'm sorry, I'm gonna quick eat really quickly. I missed lunch, so while I'm waiting for this to reboot. Should be back here soon. Here we go. Still no IP. I think we have a problem on the host. There's no IP at all now. Let me check something really quickly. Yes, it is. So here's that setting. So we're not defaulting it. We can go to the port. Not port insight. We need port manager, right? Port insight's not going to give us anything interesting on it. We do have an uplink, which is interesting. But if we jump to the port manager, let me jump to port manager. Not there. Where's port manager? Ports, not Dream Machine. Yeah, this. And we go here. You'll notice that this is oops. Oh, I didn't want to go to that. Okay, yeah, here we go. If we look at this here, we have we actually should look at the network, right? But the network is DHCP. I mean, settings, networks, default, auto scale network, and it's just on these here, right? And so it's just DHCP. Nice. Do you use AI to build the solution for all this? Or I would say it's a mixture. I very much experiment on leveraging AI to build stuff. So just last weekend, we built mostly this whole website, leveraging that as we try to explore and learn how to do stuff. And then I also do a lot of stuff manually too. So yeah, that's not gonna work. It shouldn't get that. And it shouldn't get this. But now it's not getting anything. I'm trying to perfect a AI workflow where I review the code that's important that I need to review, and I test well enough that I don't have to review all the code that the AI generates. And I can be happy. So that's a little bit in the middle of I read the code and I don't read the code. I'm trying to get there. I'm not quite there yet. The stuff that so far that has been I read less of is kind of dented. So I haven't gotten to a nice place where I haven't gotten to a great place, but we're working on it. We're working on it. Oh, my face is in the middle of the screen right now. Okay, so I don't know. We have default network, which is DHCP. Your full auto. Do you get exactly what you want? That's what I struggle with right now. I can get it to generate amazingly cool stuff. To generate exactly what I want is more difficult. What's your workflow? I have the VLAN set to allow all. So even if it was tagging its VLAN data as the null cloud, it would be fine. I don't know, friends. I don't know what I have done wrong here. And I'm not sure. I mean, like, part of me says the only thing that I'm going to do at this point is get a monitor on this. Is there something else I can do without a monitor on this device? Like, where I can actually see its console? This looks like AWS at home. It's about as painful as AWS at home. Not enough check boxes. I've been pinging back and forth through a couple of workflows. And something that's annoying is it seems like each workflow changes how good it is. So like I kind of had a workflow that I liked for 5.4. I had this workflow where there was like 4 steps. And 5.5 doesn't work well with that workflow, which is really, really annoying. GPT 5.5 doesn't work with that workflow at all. And that's also really annoying, right? Because they're supposed to be smart, and it's almost like it's not even worth upgrading to 5.5 because my workflow is working. And I haven't gotten a 5.5 workflow that works as well as my 5.4 workflow, I don't think. Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. And now I have to be I have to skip 5.5 because now I got 5.6 Sol, Luna, and Terra. So I've got to make a whole new workflow probably. That's so depressing. So depressing. I'm spending more time working on my workflows than I am working on building something with the workflows. So it is tagged with VLAN 1. That's good. It's not getting IP address. Workflows are the new Vim config. Oh, that's excellent. All right. Do I have something else I can plug in? Give me a second. I have another machine that I can plug in, I think. I'm gonna need. That's why you keep getting headaches. You actually, when you were born, Russell, you had Neuralink implant. And this is actually how AI works. Is we're actually, you know that the human brain, there's some stat that we only use 10% of it. Well, AIs are actually based off of harvesting the other 90% while people sleep. So people in the millennial age were actually implanted with Neuralinks, and we're actually harvesting that 90% that you're not using. What places have found out, if they actually harvest over about 60% of that extra usage, 60% is the sweet part right now. The participants, unwilling participants in this case, don't actually feel the headache that is mounting. So you probably are in one of the ones where they're pushing it, where they're using like that 90%. You guys are making fun of my quick drawing. And I appreciate it. I appreciate it. It deserves it. Okay. I made what I thought was a pretty good joke, but I also maybe drew an eyeball. I maybe also drew an eyeball. And that's okay with me. That's okay. I'm going to let you guys bask in the glory of this. Shh, Togglebit, don't talk about last week, okay? I thought we agreed not to bring up last week's drawing, okay? Okay, I'm going to put on a little bit of music. Obsidian. Enjoy this song while I run and get another computer to plug in and see if I don't have a monitor down here to plug into it, so we can't debug that way. Can we? Okay. One thing I could do is I could plug our screen capture into that, which means I could see this screen through Twitch, which means I could program via Twitch, which would have horrible lag. But I could do that, okay? So let me think about that. If this other one doesn't work, we'll program through Twitch. Horrible lag, well, it will be horrible. But let me go see if I can't find another small computer to plug in and see if I'm just going crazy or if there's a problem with this machine. It may be both. It may be both. Give me a second. All right, I'm back. Dude, the metric system almost got me. It was close. It was really, really close. I barely escaped with my life. Dangerous, very dangerous. Yeah, yeah. It's a real problem. Every once in a while, you're like, the United States is one of the safest place when fleeing from the metric system. It's one of the best places, but they have gotten sneaky. They sneak in. It's like you want to go buy some soda, and it's great. You want to buy some cans of soda, no problem. But those sneaky metrics people will sneak in when you want to buy large quantities of soda. Don't ask me why. Don't ask me how. I can't even say it, but if you want large quantities, yeah, the metric system is going to get you. So it's a very safe place for refugees. One of the safest places if you're trying to escape them. But it definitely can get you. It's terrifying how insidious it is. It's a problem. Yeah. Okay. I forgot that these boards only have USB-C, so I have to go find a dongle for the USB-C to Ethernet connector really quickly. I should be back quickly. You know, I gotta find all these things. I haven't touched these since I moved. Look, you guys were making me ponder the metric system, okay? It's a scary place for me, okay? I couldn't look you in that. The emotions in my face would have just ripped the heart and soul out of my audience, okay? So, you know, wish me luck. Got a venture. I was watching the just sleeping category, and I found out that people enjoy watching people do nothing. So I thought that I would add a little bit of that into my stream. I was like, man, I realized what I've been doing wrong all these years is I've been too productive on stream. I've just been busting stuff out, learning, sharing knowledge. I got to make it a little bit more boring. Togglebit, I believe you've been put on the ban list. You know what? Last time, you recommended somebody that didn't even give me credit for rating them. Not that I really wanted it. Like, I was pretty happy that my name didn't show up on that. Like, on the grand scheme of things, there was a little bit of trust broken between me and you. And I was kind of glad that it didn't say that I had rated them. So Dude, it was wild. There were like so many thousands of people watching it, and like, I do not understand that content. I do not understand. We're gonna see if this one works, this dongle. I remember that there was some problems with the firmware on these and supporting different dongles. I hope this is one that works. We got flashing lights. Oh. Feels like this should be a goal of somebody's goal. Now, I think that this new device is going to come up and it's going to bind to the wrong port just because it was also part of the null cloud. And so if it comes online, it's going to bind to the wrong VLAN, which is fine. We'll give it a second.
I think that's the best I can do for my voice. I don't think that, I don't know.
What about this? I don't know, maybe this. This is maybe the best of the best. I can't even hear what I sound like. This does actually go back in way.
There we go. I'll get a high-pitched modulator on there for you, if that would make it better for people to hear. I would do it myself, but I'm pretty sure people would think that I'm really bad at changing my voice. I know that there's like people that work on it, like the Thanos lady. But I am not that person. Like, I can't even do accents.
This one reminds you of Battlestar Galactica. Perfect. Welcome to Future Mimic. Remember that time I did a chair stream? I actually had decent viewership during the chair stream. The chair stream was not bad. Not as bad as I thought it could be.
Let's check the ports. The ports, we know what port it's attached to, right? It's gigabit Ethernet. It's 17. Tell me something about it. Tell me about it. Oh. Sorry. I was just saying I also did a chair stream, which was also really fantastic. More people watch that chair stream than I normally get average viewers. Which was amazing. There was like an hour of a chair. I made like 10 cents of advertising in the chair stream. It was disgusting. Okay, it actually helps if I turn the board on. It actually helps if I turn the board on. Oopsie. Alcoholics Anonymous. AAA. AAA is a car service. Not like AA. We know that all of us software engineers probably more relate with AA than AAA. All right, I'm afraid this one is the one that's not booting. Let me try another one. One of these had a problem. I forget what it was. It was actually a problem with the Intel chip. Like, there's actually no fixing it. And I don't remember what it was. I don't remember exactly what it was. I don't think it was coming online, though. I need the QPUs, the quantum processor units. I want more QPUs. Yeah, I think that it like burns itself out. It like etches itself, and like if you did that before you got the firmware update, there was nothing you could do. Like, it was just the chip is dead. So, yay, Intel. Intel made so many missteps. Can we all just agree on that? I always thought that Intel was going to eventually lose to AMD just because AMD was taking, at the time, the high road. And they were like, especially with the Zen architecture, like AMD was like actually competitive. I did not think that they were going to lose so hard so quickly. Maybe none of these are going to come online. They haven't turned on for about a year. They have to be rising or else they'll be dead, right? Like, if they don't, like... I haven't seen anything really out of them. Like, what have you seen? I haven't seen anything out of them. I would love for them to start making memory, right? And they haven't done anything past their battle mage, right? I was really hoping to have a good... Have they killed the... They haven't killed the ARC GPUs yet, have they? That's loud. Where is the on button? It's right over here. I keep expecting to see something. I don't know. Haven't seen anything yet. Nothing here. Nothing on port. It's flashing a bunch of lights. I'm going to assume that means this is not booting. Do we see anything? No. It hasn't registered a IP or a MAC. Yeah. $235%. What was it based off of, Russell? What was that rise based off of? Like, is it based off of something based in reality or hopes and dreams? So this is what we're trying to boot right now. Now, what might be a problem is actually this. I don't remember. There was a problem. There was a... One of these CPUs burned out. And then the other ones don't like the toggle, the dongle. Nobody likes dongles, but like they really didn't like the dongles. Fans going. You can hear it. The fact of the matter is, the damage might have already been done to the CPUs. Man, I have like a grand of memory sitting here. There's a 16 gig stick right there. All right. None of this is working nearly as intended. Okay. Now my question is, let's just try it at the IP address that it's at, right? Because this port is default, but I don't have it limiting, right? So like it should be fine with tagged VLAN, right? Right? What? Let's go. I actually think this is the red one. I think this is the red one. I think this is old information. Oh, wait. It also has it at 145. 145? What? What? Wait. What did it have? What did it have it tagged as? I got myself confused. 145. Okay. It lied to me. But it's telling you it's a fixed IP. So let's just delete the fixed IP. Apply changes. Now let's reboot it. And oh, look at that. It actually took it and is reconnecting like it should. Give it a second. GPU volume yield? Are they actually selling a bunch of GPUs? So it's still just on their battle mage, right? I actually really like their GPUs. You got some really cool things out of it. And I think we need more competition in that market. Hands down. Hands down. So it hasn't reconnected. This is not boding well. I think that all that they need to do is pivot to making memory, right? Put them back on top. I also noticed that NVIDIA's GPUs, or not NVIDIA's, but AMD GPUs have seemed to not... Yeah, I don't know. It's almost like they gave up. I don't know. I'm not sure. I think the whole market kind of sucks right now. The problem is the memory right now. I honestly think that until memory comes back down, like, you're not gonna see anything, because I don't think that they can make money off of it, right? Unless if they make their own memory, right? Nobody's going to. I mean, like, even Nvidia is pulling memory from their thing. Like, so, like, I don't know. I think maybe the problem is right now that we just have a cartel on memory. And what are you going to do? Yeah, I think the data center orders just got so out of control, right? Like, what I was reading is they're way behind on their data center orders, and their data center orders people are paying astronomical prices for. And so there's no incentive to pay for the consumer. Like, sadly, the whole market's going to have to crash for that to get fixed, right? And that's going to be bad for everybody, unfortunately. I don't know why these aren't coming up. It came up, and then I took away the fixed IP address. I just restarted it. Wait. Maybe I spoke too soon. What is this? What is that? Oh, no, this is the Spark. Oh, it's right here. Oh, I was like, this is the Spark. 146? What? What? Oh, we have spent how much time getting here? Sorry, I should have done this beforehand. You know what is going to it needs massively updated and cleaned up, but we're not going to worry about that right now because it's actually running the control plane. This one is the one that ran the control plane, so it's actually I don't think it used Docker, right? Yeah, it's using containerd. But we need to actually shut all of that down because we're not running that anyway. A few moments later. Thanks everybody for sticking around. Sorry, I didn't really have any time to plan, and I didn't prepare for the other one just to be a stick in the mud. This kind of makes me sad. I was planning on using that other one. but this one should do just fine. Okay, so now we can install Fast Whisper, right? We don't need the GPU. We can just do AMD 64. Click in here. Let's make sure we have Docker Compose on here. Yeah. The system needs updated terribly, but that's okay. Don't need to install that. This isn't the one we wanted. Oh, this is just Docker Compose. Oh, what? Oh. Okay, that was just about Docker Compose. Can we just run this? And then just run Docker Compose up? We could just do this. Let's just do this for right now. As we're playing around. That'll make it easier to just stop and restart. I have copy and paste issues. It's okay. It's a skill issue. All right. Of course, much skill issue here. Oh, my internet's gonna suck at this. We'll see how big of a container it is. That's a small container. Not a problem. Well, it might still be a problem for me, but not a problem. Was this the one we were following? I had picked one. This looks like it. So it is up and running. In theory, we should see this in Home Assistant. Let's see. Okay, maybe we need to update Whisper first. So I will try between now and next stream. I'm gonna try to remove all of this to its own VLAN and have a route from my LAN to that VLAN. And then we can go over what I did, and that way we don't have to sit here and struggle with me struggle busing. Unless you guys like seeing that, and then I can always just be the real. Actually, I always assume people can do it better than I can. Now, my understanding is that this should be found by Home Assistant like a device, because it should be looking the network for those things. That's my understanding. But I don't see it. Let me read while that's updating. Everything connects to Home Assistant through the Wyoming protocol. HA is open standard for wiring voice components together over TCP. Each component can run on a different machine. Mine do. That's what I'm actually trying to do. As a STT entity. Right. So this should be discoverable as an entity. Let's see if I don't know what these are. What are those? That's not like the what is the no, that's not the MAC address. What is this device? What is this device? So it hasn't found it yet, right? I guess is what I'm understanding is it hasn't discovered the device yet. Can I search for Whisper? Could I tell it where to search for it? Add a device. Here we go. Whisper. Yes. Okay. 192.168.1.156. Was it 156? Do I remember that correctly? No, it was 146, right? 146. Let's go to devices. Oh, wait. Just give it 146. It was 146. I kind of remembered it correctly. 146, and then the port was 10,300. 10,300. Submit. Faster with. It said it crit whisper. Faster. Stronger. I have this stopped because I didn't want whisper. Do I need this to be running? And I just need to connect it? The old out by 10 error. When off by 1 just doesn't cut it for your needs. You got to do off by 10, okay? Let's see. So this is like running it on the machine though. I don't want that, right? I think that configure home assistant. This is like installing on the Home Assistant. That's not really what I want to do though. And this didn't ever really run. And yeah, this is like the port that it would expose. We just had to wait for it. Where is it now? Wait, I added it. Show me the device. Oh gosh. Why is this so hard? Where did it go? Wyoming Protocol 2. Faster Whisper. Whisper. Beautiful. This one, I believe, is the one running on the host. Okay. Cool. 1 second. Let's test this out. I want to go apps. I want to actually disable this. I don't want this running. It's just using too much memory. I'm going to stop that. I don't think I need it. I don't want it if I don't need it. And then if we do apps and no, not apps. Where did I find it? Devices and services. Wyoming Protocol, fast one entry. Okay, let's look at this. Okay, so we have it. Okay, now I need to figure out. I don't know why I have two of the same thing now. They're multiplying. They're multiplying. I probably should rewrite it in Rust. That's an excellent point, Grey Hatter. Thank you for bringing that up. Thank you for bringing that up. Okay, so now we need to manage our voice assistants. Add an assistant. Name, we'll go with Alfred, English. I don't have a text to speech. Can I just use Google Translate.com? Okay, well, we'll try that. We'll try that. 1 second. Okay. There is a thing that we do for, but we're just testing Faster Whisper here.
Hello. How can I assist?
There's a delay. Oh, wait. Here we go. It's obviously Google.
Hello. How can I assist?
That was obviously cached.
Merrick is the best streamer to date.
The AI said it, not me. The AI said it. Okay. Obviously not Alfred, but we'll work on this because we'll do this one ourselves. Okay, create this one. Okay. Now I have a device. Right. Let's see. Voice assistants. That's this right here. We have Alfred. But now we need like a... What we need to do is go to devices and where is... Oh, come on. Now where is my little device? Russell, I kind of want to now too. Oh my gosh. That could maybe go downhill really quickly. It would be the funniest way to get banned from Twitch. Once. Can you hear me? Hello. Okay, wait. There's a lot of stuff we could do, Grey Hatter. There's a lot of stuff we could do. You know, I am struggling right now to get anything to do anything. So, we'll see. Okay, wait. This is Alfred. Yep. Aggressive. Oh, okay. Wake sound. Wake word. We need to update these because we want more than... how do we edit the wake words? Because we don't want just... I want Alfred. Wait. Expose? Okay. Hey, Jarvis. What's the weather? Hey, it worked. It worked, other than I currently only have Hey Jarvis. How do I change it from Hey Jarvis? That just flopped on me on that. So wake words require training. Home assistant voice. How to change, how to make custom wake words. Okay. Okay. So this is not today. This is not today. Because the idea here was also that we are going to create a bunch of different ones based off of like different personalities. And the idea would be like if you said, "Hey Jarvis," it would respond like you would expect Jarvis to. And if you said Alfred, it would respond like you would expect Alfred to. That was the idea, is to have these all very overly complicated, and we're going to have to do it. Okay, it didn't work. Hey Jarvis, what's the temperature in Seattle? Hey Jarvis, you're dumb. Hey Jarvis, tell me a joke.
Device called a joke.
Hey Jarvis, you're a joke.
Sorry, I couldn't understand that.
Jarvis 1.0 is kind of dumb, okay? Let's be real. Ooh. Hey, look. That update's in close to real time. Cool. Hey, Jude. Okay, well, now the other thing that we need to do is we need to give it some like skills, I guess. I guess that there's like so there's a couple things. One, we should be seeing what I don't see configured is our Olama model being hit, right? So there's a couple things that we need to do. One, we need to do text to voice. So basically the pipeline as it's going to be is it has voice from me, so my voice. And then it's going to go to this is what we set up today, which is a voice to text. And then what it can do from here, and what I want it to do, is and I don't know that it's doing this. I think it's just staying on Home Assistant, is I want it to use Quinn 3.6 for commands. I just want to use Quinn 3.6 to figure out what to do. And then when it figures out what to do, I think it uses Piper. I believe Piper is the other thing that we have to set up. Piper is text to voice. And then this is faster whisper. Is our voice to text. We're going to run this in Olama. We're probably going to switch to VLLM right now. And then Piper to do the text back to voice. That's the model. That's the plan. We got step 1 done. How do you control? I don't know. Also, supposedly you don't want to do whisper model auto, because I guess this slows it down. Right now, actually, let's watch this. Hey Jarvis, give me the weather for today's weather forecast in Seattle, Washington. I'm just giving you a large amount of text to translate.
Sorry, I am not aware of any device called Give Me the Weather for today's weather forecast in Seattle, Washington. I'm just giving you a large amount of text.
I mean, it spiked, but it did pretty well, and it was fast too. So that's not bad. That's not bad. Okay, so this is where we need to do like a Home Assistant pipeline, right? This is where we did a voice assistant, and now where's the pipelines? Is it this? I need to look this up. I really don't know. I at this point I'm at the precipice of my knowledge. Like this isn't any of the things. Like I want like when it's done processing. So this isn't really the automation that I want. Um okay. This sounds Oh boy. Hey Jarvis. Hey Jarvis. Yep, already done this. I mean, I've already done this, so like I don't want to do this. I feel like you're just doing what I already did here. I have contemplated like possibly for having a profile for complicated things that I send to the cloud, but it should be woken up with a different one that's very specific, like a cloud-based one. We'll probably call it Skynet, right? Right. I think that would be appropriate. So if I say, "Hey Skynet," I know that I'm being spied on. That was the idea, is just to call it Skynet. Okay. Okay. I'll play around with this next week. I need to be done for right now. Yeah, it's an issue for next week. We'll pick this up next week. I'm gonna do a little bit of reading and understanding. So I shouldn't be cold. I'm not gonna do any of the things. I'm just gonna try to be prepared to do the things. I don't know if that makes sense. I'm gonna also like move stuff over into its own isolated network, so it's a little bit more safe, and we will work from there, and we will see what we can do. And I'll also like This I realize doesn't actually tell you, like, it has like some LLM, it has like the YAML. Because like I wanted to call the pipeline configuration. Voice pipelines and settings, voice assistants. I didn't see voice pipelines. Where's the voice pipelines? This isn't a pipeline? Maybe this is the pipeline. Oh, this would be like Ollama, maybe. Oh, maybe this is the pipeline. Okay, I see. So I could say, like, this needs to be configured for Ollama. This is the faster whisper. I need to get, okay, I think this is the pipeline. This is the assistant, and that is this pipeline. Okay. I need to find how to expose Ollama. Maybe I just need to, actually, I think that's actually easy, right? Because that's just a device, right? Ollama. Ollama, my llama. HTTPS, it's 192.168.1.104. API key, none. Do I need to put Ollama's weird, it's not an HTTPS, it's just HTTP. I need to put in, what is Ollama's default Ollama default port? I don't remember. It's like 11.435. Ollama 343. This is the right one. This looks right. Boom. Boom diggity. So now I should be able to go to voice assistants, go to Alfred, and say no. Maybe it just takes a second. Let me update, refresh. Come on, I thought for sure. I thought it was close. I thought it was super close. No, not apps. Where's my Ollama? Do I need to configure it with like which? Yeah. How do I know what? Add AI task. Ollama AI task. Okay, this is what I was wondering. Let's do a Quinn. No, I don't want to type it in. I want just what is in there. Oh, it has what's downloaded. Okay, cool. And maybe it would download it on the fly. Okay. I'll do that. Think before responding. If enabled, the LLM will think before responding. Don't think. No thinking. Okay, finished. Cool. I'm just stumbling through this like a absolute pro. Absolute pro. Oh, I thought that would work. I really did. Add conversation. Oh. Absolute noob. Llama. Did I need to edit this? Add conversation. I can add it to, I don't want to do that. Let's see. Did I miss a step there? I just want to edit it. Thank you. Visible use device voice. Oh, here we go. Expose. Ollama AI task. Okay. Hey, you. All right. Let's see. Do I need to system options? Okay, no. Add conversation agent. Quinn, maybe not the best conversation, but it's small. Quinn. I answer where. Okay, we'll just leave this. Control Home Assistant? Absolutely. This cannot go wrong. All right, submit. Finish. Beautiful. Okay, okay. Now I'm doing this like a pro. Now we're cooking. Olama conversation. Update. All right, let's try this now. Hey Jarvis. How hot can I cook with vegetable oil? I'm wondering if the first time it's going to take Olama a little while to load the model. And that might be faster after that. This is taking forever. Olama, my llama.
Vegetable oil has a smoke point of approximately 400 to 450 degrees Fahrenheit, 204 to 232 degrees Celsius. This makes it suitable for most cooking methods, including frying and sautéing. Avoid heating it beyond its smoke point to prevent it from breaking down and creating harmful compounds.
Creating harmful compounds. Oh, that was fantastic. Okay. We got Quinn responding like a champ. We probably need to pick a better model or train it a little bit ourselves. I also have no idea if that's true or not. Hey, Jarvis. What model are you?
I am Qwen, a large language model developed by Alibaba Group's Tongyi Lab. How can I help you today?
Are you still listening to me now?
Yes, I'm here and ready to.
It asked the follow-up question. That was actually pretty cool. I was just wondering if you could tell me a joke.
Glad you thought so. If you have any other questions or need assistance with anything else, feel free to ask.
That was pretty cool. That was pretty cool. We definitely need to train it to respond to something other than Jarvis. I want Hey You to be one. I want Alfred to be one. Batman would be like Alfred would be pretty cool. And Skynet. So we have a lot of work to be done here. It was much quicker after the first call. I said like the first time it's going to load the model. Like I understood that was going to be a thing. Like it makes sense. Hey Jarvis, tell me a joke.
Sure, here's a light one for you. Why did the scarecrow thought he was outstanding in his field. Rice plant open mouth smile.
It put an emoji in there. It put an emoji in there. Oh, fantastic. Now, I do need to go research famous butlers. I feel like famous butlers would be a fun like task to do, and then train it on each one of them, and just have my house have famous butlery as its automation. I wonder if there's like is there a famous bad butler instead of like Skynet? Um, bad butler. I don't know any of these. Maybe Stefano, if it's really from Shakespeare's. Bad is incompetent, not evil. Yeah, we'll have to look for a good one for Skynet, for the ones that we're shipping off to. I'm probably gonna try to set it up with like GPT or something, right? That's would be my guess. As I try to do one to ship it off. It did get much faster when responding. There's obviously Piper in there, and then there's the other thing that's going to be slow until we offload it is the text to voice, because that's happening on the Google service. So I don't know where that's all happening. So we'll have to get it all set up before we get it. Anyways, is there a good person to raid? This was fun. This was fun. We got something done. It took way too much time, but we got something done. Let's see. Let's see. Dude, that's actually another thing that would be fun. Is I want to give it some tools, like some local tools. I want to build it some tools so that like you know, I want to do some stupid stuff like ask it to set the thermostat. But then I also would really like to be able to give some tools that say, hey, is there any humans detected in a camera? So I have like outdoor cameras, and I plan on adding a few more on the driveway. And it'd be really cool to be able to give it a tool that just reviews those threads and asks like each video capture frame out of each one of them and says, is there a person in this? And then tell you which camera on my driveway has a person in it. I think doing some stuff like that would be fun, as well as a little bit of good learning. So, yeah, I'm excited to do more stuff with this, and more stuff with the home automation. I was doing it kind of big there in Kentucky when I was in Kentucky, and it's just been in a box with all the stuff that I've had going on. So, yeah, my dream is to be able to say code red, and it like locks all the doors. And that would be fun. That would be fun. Probably scare my dogs. Anyways, I need to go for right now. I need to go make a cup of coffee. This was fun. Thanks everybody for joining. I need to find somebody to raid. Let me just really quickly give a gander of some of the people currently streaming. Togglebit will not be consulted. This is 37. I'm basically creating flock on my property. On my property, there will be flock light. What would that be? What would be a small flock? Maybe we'll call it small flock. There you go. Fleck. A bird. Just bird. I like it. We'll just call it bird. Okay, it's not going to be a goose because it's not going to be mean, okay? I don't care what you say. Like, geese are mean. I have never, ever met a nice goose. Bird is a pretty fantastic name for a surveillance system. I might call it bird. We might call it bird. Okay, I am actually scanning as well. You know what? This guy says first dev stream. It's C sharp. It's C sharp. And he doesn't have a mic. You know what? You know what? He needs some love. I know nothing. It's gonna be a silent stream. It's gonna be a silent stream. I know nothing about this person other than apparently they program in C sharp. You should all let me know. If it was a good channel or not. Give them some love and say hi. See what they're doing, and you know, it's always hard when you do a first stream of something. Unlike me, I pull in 7 to 8 viewers constantly, which I'm actually very appreciative about. So, anyways, thanks everybody for joining, and thanks for joining me and sharing your time with me and your good jokes. All of you are pretty good jokers. So, anyways, I love your sense of humor. Have a fantastic weekend. I hope you have a fantastic weekend, fantastic week. I hope you learned something. I know I did, and I will see you all next week.